All right, good morning, distant learners. Good morning, everyone here in class at this point. We are missing a few people still. Okay, but we do have our verses. We already finished the lesson yesterday, so we won't be having a lesson today, but we do have our verse quiz, and then we're going to review for our lesson 24 quiz tomorrow. We still have economics and Bible, but we won't have economics class because we have finished what we're going to do. We're just going to review, and then we'll have our quiz and Bible. Okay, so give you guys just a few more minutes, 2 or 3 more minutes to study for that quiz if you forgot to study for it or if you need just a little bit more time. Okay, give you guys a little bit of time, and then we will pray and begin our quiz here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Listeners, let me know if you have any questions. But again, we have our verse quiz. Make sure you get that turned in as soon as you can so I can give you that grade for it being turned in on time. Let me know if you have any questions. We will see you in a little bit. All right, welcome, distant learners. I'm not to be on the camera because I'm going to be sitting down. Okay, but we are going to review for our quiz at this time. Again, make sure you get that verse turned in. Everyone in class seems like they're doing well so far. The few I've graded. I'll continue to grade those, get the grades. Try to keep the grades as updated as I can as the year's coming to a close. I'm doing my best with that. I think with your guys' class, like everything's basically, I think everything's updated for the most part for you guys. Okay, so we're going to review for our quiz. It is close. There are a few awards coming. Who's going to be here for the award day?
I'm probably just going to skip because I know I'm not going to have an award.
Well, everyone's going to get, well, not, I shouldn't say that. Almost everyone's going to get at least one award. No, I'm serious. Like they made it that way. Because I'm pretty sure you got a B or higher in every class.
Okay.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, well, never mind. Then I don't know.
Chemistry.
Do they have like the most improvement award, but like the opposite?
Yeah, that's on there. It's called the Celebration Most Improved Award.
No, but like the opposite.
No.
Because like my group, my average got
Very bad, yeah, like.
There are, if this is correct, you have the Mastery Award. I don't know if that's what it's going to be called. No.
Oh, okay.
This is like just the awards in general.
Yeah.
Which is everyone that has basically an A in every class every single quarter of school.
Esther, no.
Okay. Then you have the Achievement Award. Again, I don't know if that's what it's going to be called. That's everyone that has a B or higher in every single class. So if you already got the Mastery, you won't get that one because you got the Mastery. That's basically those who didn't get the Mastery because they got a B or 2 or something like that. Then you have the Most Improved, which I believe is only one person per class. So like 11th and 12th grade Bible. You know what I mean? Each individual class like that. Same thing as like government, economics. That's all my classes with you. I was like, was there one more? That's how it's separated. And then there is the Eagle Award, which is basically another award for the valedictorian, whoever has the highest GPA. Basically, it's just another award from our school. And then you have the like Citizenship Award or whatever they call it. To me, it's kind of like the Christian character / leader / academic award. So it's basically whoever led in like those 3 categories. It can't just be like, hey, they're the smartest. No, it's someone that was like, they led by example, they led socially, they led academically. This is someone that you would want a student to be like. That's that word. I believe that is it. I believe.
I don't know how I'm
Come on, you guys are smart. I would be shocked if you didn't get the at least B or higher. Most of you.
I have a whole quarter of C.
Most of you have that.
I have a whole.
Whose fault was that, Christian?
No, that was
I remember that. Whose fault was that?
I completely agree. I just didn't turn anything
Man,
in. Like,
you were too smart for that.
Yeah, but I didn't turn anything in for an entire quarter. But that I'm not.
Wait, you guys are practicing graduation that day.
Yeah, I know, but like,
What?
I am
When are you guys practicing? When you guys graduating or practicing graduation? Oh, they won't tell you that till like the end.
Why? Because they have to give a speech.
You have to wait till all your grades. That's how it always is, dude. Yeah, but how would it be fair? I mean, if it was like already clear, then they could tell you, but I don't think it's clear in your class. I don't think it's clear. I think there's like 2 or 3 that's pretty close.
Esther got valid, so they haven't told her that still yet. So
That's what I'm saying.
she's got to
You have to wait. That's how it is in every school. What are you talking about? That's how it is in every school. You have to wait for all the grades to be turned in.
Well, then Esther's gonna have like some.
No, every private, public, college, any school, unless it's clear like really early, they have to wait because it might be too close to say. One test could make a difference. Let's say Esther's up 1 point, but then she bombs a test, which I highly doubt would happen. But it could. You never know. She might just draw a blank, okay, or have amnesia and forget her memory and fail a test, and then whoever maybe is runner-up could take that spot. So you never know. Or vice versa. Maybe she's behind to someone, and that person fails something, or gets a B on something.
to drop down, she would have to like not turn in any work and do any of the test or quizzes for the rest of the year. She has above 100 you have above 100 in pre-calc?
We'll see. We'll see. Good morning. Perfect timing. So we're going to review for this quiz tomorrow, okay, and then we will have our Bible final next week. Again, we'll start reviewing on that because you guys won't be here Friday. I know that's not really a school-endorsed thing, but you guys planned that, and we know about it. So I don't want you guys to, like, miss and then miss tests and stuff, you know what I mean? Because that would be tough to make it up that last week. So we're having our tests on Thursday, or final on Thursday for Bible and economics. Capiche? Capiche? All right, just so you guys know that, be ready for that. We'll start reviewing for that on Monday. Okay, for the quiz tomorrow, okay, this one actually has a variety of different stuff. Okay, true and false, multiple choice, short answer, and an essay. So questions like this, real easy. True or false, Lazarus died because Christ was not there to heal him.
True.
Think about it. He died because Christ was not there to heal him.
Oh, well, I mean, like, it's not directly his direct actions, but I mean, it was his indirect action. It was an indirect.
Just don't overthink it. Just what does the statement say? Lazarus died because Christ was not there to heal him.
Well, he died from a disease.
I would say, and the answer is, Emma's right, it is true. If Christ was there, he could have healed him. But he chose not to be there. See, obviously, we know there's a purpose behind it, but he chose not to be there.
But okay.
But if he was there, he could have healed him.
Wait.
You're overthinking it, dude.
Okay. If someone dies of cancer, right, and there's a doctor nearby, right, they can just like cut the cancer out, it'll be gone.
That's not how it works,
in
but
the same room, okay? Wait, hear me out, okay?
I'm listening.
Okay, just because they could do that and they didn't do that, does that mean it's the doctor's fault?
I'm just going to stop you there. You're comparing a doctor with Jesus, first of all.
Well,
Okay,
okay.
not the same. Not the same.
He's the great
Okay.
physician.
Yeah, they're just a physician. He's the great physician. He heals all. They help all.
Okay.
They can't heal all.
He still calls himself a doctor.
Okay, great physician is not a doctor. There's a difference. It's a difference. And again, they're not the same. So I'll just start you there. Second of all, I just told you, do we know the purpose why Jesus was late or went later? Yes, we know the purpose. But if he was there, could he have healed him?
Yeah.
Yes. So it is true. It is true. Moving
He
on.
died from something else.
Moving on. Okay, another question that's on there. Shh. While we review, unless you would like to just review yourself. True or false, the disciples' statements in this passage show that they still were spiritually weak in certain areas of their understanding of God's work. True. That's a pretty easy one as well. Okay, let's see. What else do we have on here? Thomas's statement, "Lets us go that we may die with him," reveals his what? Courage, lack of faith, determination, or fear?
Wait, can you read
Yeah, I'll read it again. Thomas's statement, "Let us go that we may die with him." Remember we talked about, he said, hey, let us go, but we're going to die because we go. Reveals his what? Courage, lack of faith, determination, or fear?
lack of faith?
You know, it could be a couple of
Lack of faith. Lack of faith.
But there's one that we talked about what it meant,
Yeah, but
according to the notes. It's not true or false. It's multiple choice.
they're still true, though.
It's lack of faith.
No.
Lack of,
There's only one that's really true.
lack of faith.
It is lack of faith. Well, tell me how the other ones are true.
Say that again.
Fear is not true. He's not scared. He already decided he's going.
Yeah, no.
So he's not fearful. He doesn't really have courage because he's just like, well, we're going to go and die. Okay?
Okay. If you're facing death in the eye,
And it's not really showing, I mean, maybe you could say determination, but again, I don't think it's determination. I think it's just like obedience. He's having obedience, but he has a lack of faith.
but you have to.
Christian life takes two things, obedience and faith.
I would say take the courage to walk into something knowing you're going to die if you do.
He doesn't know. He thinks. He thinks he's going to die.
Certain, though, 'cause if he's
I mean, obviously he was wrong. They didn't die.
Well, yeah.
So that one doesn't work. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He doesn't know he has.
He thinks. Yeah, she supported me, so you're getting mad. You're wrong, dude. It's okay. Lack of faith. Lack of faith. I see where you're coming from, but lack of faith.
Because the moment he leaves, that's when they get in trouble and they have to like do all of that stuff and they die.
He He emanates.
Because really, who are they following? Jesus. Who's all powerful? Jesus. Now, if Jesus wasn't there and they were still going, then maybe something else could be applied there. But they're just following. They're having obedience. But as a Christian, you need obedience and faith. He has obedience, but he has a lack of faith. He said, hey, let us go, obedience. But we're going to die, lack of faith. Not trusting in Jesus, lack of faith.
But also,
There is no but also.
there is.
I'll hear you out.
If you're going into something that you know you're going to die.
He doesn't know. I just stated that. He doesn't know. He thinks. He thinks. He thinks. By him thinking he's going to die, what is that?
That's a lack of faith.
Lack of faith.
I'm not arguing that that's false. I'm not arguing that that's false.
I know.
That's correct.
I hear you.
But also, what was the other ones?
Courage, determination, and fear.
Determination. You have to be pretty determined. If you're like, we're probably gonna die. You think that you'd be, okay.
That's not determined.
Okay.
That's not determined. Determined is like, oh, we're going, we're good, we're gonna survive.
But courage, okay. You have to be courageous, right?
You have to be courageous to follow the one that has healed lepers and healed the dead
Yes.
and healed these different
you're gonna
things.
die.
I mean, I don't think you need much courage to follow someone like that.
If I'm going
If someone came in here and just started like healing and doing all this stuff, and he said, hey, follow me, what would you do?
okay.
I'd be like,
If he's
all right,
going over to
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
If he was going over to like an active war zone, I'm probably like. If
It's
I
not a
go over there-
war zone.
I'm
He's
not-
going
it's
to
not a war
someone's
zone.
house.
I'm comparing it to a war zone because it's dangerous.
Again, Christian, I'm going to say this. You're overthinking the question.
Well, a war zone is similar in the sense that you don't know for certain that you're going to die, but you probably will.
It is not a war zone. Do not compare this.
There are people waiting to kill them.
They don't know that. They think they're waiting to kill him. And what city are they waiting for them? Jerusalem. Where are they going? Not Jerusalem. They're going to Bethany. It's not the same.
They're out going like sneak snuff. Where's Jesus?
They're not, Pharisees are not soldiers, okay? They're scribes. They're teachers, okay? They're not assassins. They're not assassins. They're not scouts. They're not being hunted. They're not being hunted.
Yeah, they are.
It's a big difference. It's a big difference of when he was there, when Jesus was in Jerusalem, where did he go? Synagogue. Where are the Pharisees? Synagogue.
And they ran.
So they ran. Did the Pharisees follow them to Perea? No. No. Because they're going back towards Jerusalem. That's why. Because where are they? In the synagogue. They're not assassins. They're not like, where's Jesus? Lurking around every corner. Okay, it's not Batman looking for Jesus.
They have a lot of influence.
They do have influence. That is correct.
See Jesus. You better tell him.
Okay, this is getting way off topic, but it shows a lack of faith, not the other ones. Next question. I mean, you can put whatever you want. I'm telling you the answer. Next question. The disciples' statement, the Jews sought to stone thee, and goest thou there again, revealed their what? Faith, maturity, fear, or determination? Yep. The disciples' statement, the Jews sought to stone thee, and goest thou there again? Okay, revealed their what? Faith, maturity, fear, or determination?
Their inability to read a map.
I'm starting to lose confidence in Christian's comments.
It's not the same place, as you said.
Okay, so let's go one by one. Does it show their faith? That's an easy. Does it show their maturity? That's an easy. Okay. Does it show fear? Okay. The Jews sought to stone thee, and goest thou there again, questioning what he's doing. Hey, we just got our lives were threatened. Stones were thrown at us. Okay. They tried to kill us in Jerusalem. Are you sure you want to go back towards that city? Okay. Does it show determination? No, not really. Okay, determination is like, hey, let's go. Okay, they can't do anything to us. Let's go. Okay, they're determined. Let's get the job done. We're not afraid. Okay, that is courage. That is determination. So it would be fear. Okay, it shows fear.
Man, if only they realized they had plot armor sooner.
I know.
Let's see, what other question do I want to ask? When the Bible says that Christ groaned or was troubled at the people's reaction, it meant that he was what? Okay, I could understand sad, but sad's not the answer. Here's the options. Ian already said it. Impatient, sad, hurting, or angry.
Ian, what did you say?
It is angry. It is angry. You guys said multiple things, so I was like, which one do you think? It is angry. Remember, because he was angry at what? Was he angry because Lazarus was dead? No. Yeah, he was angry at their lack of faith. He's like basically saying, hey, I've shown you so many miracles. Okay, I've told you time and time again who I am, what I can do, but yet you still don't believe. Okay, he was frustrated. That would be another word, but obviously that's not on there. Okay, but he was angry towards that. Okay, real easy one. For whom did Jesus weep at the tomb of Lazarus? Basically goes with the last question that I just asked. For whom, remember the verse that said Jesus weep? Okay, the people, what people?
The people who didn't have any faith.
There you go. Okay, you could say people that didn't have any faith, but what's another word you could use that don't have any faith? They don't believe, or the people that have unbelief. There you go, unbelievers. So you could literally just put unbelievers. People of lack of faith. Yeah, it's just, for whom did Jesus weep at the tomb at Lazarus?
Just like short answer.
That one was short answer, yeah. Okay, we talked about two words that characterize Mary at the time of the death of Lazarus and before Christ raised him. Remember we talked about Martha, Mary, the people. Okay, what two words described what type of Christian or person Mary was? Boom. Okay, if only. Obviously, if only Christian would be correct, but the question asked how many words? Two. Okay, so if only, right? If only you were here. Okay, if only you would have been here on time, you could have healed him while he was sick. She was showing, again, her lack of faith by basically saying, hey, Jesus, you can't heal him anymore. You can't help him anymore. You should have been here sooner. Okay, but if only. She was an if only Christian. Okay, there are a few more questions on there, but I think I asked the tougher ones. Obviously, I asked a couple easy ones as well. And then there is a short essay on there. Here's the question. What lesson can we learn from the fact that Jesus' ministry? What lesson can we learn from the fact that Jesus' ministry in Perea produced followers? Yep. What lesson can we learn from the fact that Jesus' ministry in Perea produced followers? That's the first part. Whereas John the Baptist did not live to see the outward signs of success. I'll say that part again too. Whereas John the Baptist did not live to see the outward signs of success. Okay, what lesson can we learn from the fact that Jesus' ministry in Perea produced followers, whereas John the Baptist did not live to see the outward signs of success? Okay, I will give you one easy statement that you could say. Okay, you will have to elaborate, and I'm pretty sure some of this was in your booklet as well, so you might have to go back and look through that. Okay, but basically you have two different people, right? Who are you two different people? Okay, was their purpose the same? Did they have the same purpose? What was Jesus' purpose? To come, seek, and save, to die. Okay, what was John's purpose? To talk or be, we talked about him being a forerunner or messenger. Okay, so basically you're just saying, your first statement could be something on the lines of, hey, we have two people that have different purposes. Okay, God gave them different purposes for their life. Okay, that's one thing you can put on there. You will have to, again, study and explain that a little bit more. Okay, I mean, keep that to yourself, but maybe that could be added. Whatever you guys think. There's a few different things. Okay, Noah just said a great example, one that is actually used in the Bible. One that is used in the Bible.
Why not say what he did in Perea, but like what we're supposed to take from that?
you're saying, yeah, just what lesson can we learn? What can we apply from our life, okay, from the fact that Jesus' ministry and I cannot talk. I went to say produced and Perea at the same time. Perea produced followers, right? He went to Perea, remember it said many people believed, okay? And whereas John the Baptist did not live to see the outward signs of success. What can we learn from both those different examples of their life? Okay? The first thing I said, that God can use people in different ways, right? He used John to be, like you said, a forerunner, a messenger. He used Jesus, obviously the Son of God, to be the Savior. Okay? He healed all. Okay? He talked to all. He saved all. That's just one point you could put on there. You'll need a few different things. Noah mentioned a perfect example that's actually from the Bible as well. About 4 questions worth. So like 28 points. Each question's worth about 7, so 28 points. There can only be one. All right, that is basically the quiz. Are there any questions on that? Okay, there's about 3 minutes left of class. If you guys could pull out your student work, I will come by and I will check those real quick, make sure you guys did those and completed those. The trio decided to skip us today. Oh, I'm sorry. You want me to just leave it here for now? All right, I'm sorry. The books are falling apart. I actually like these books. They're kind of cool. Yeah. Where did they not used to be?
No, they were all gray.
Interesting.
And then we would color the source.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Mine isn't very.
It's not like this author published this.
I just put it.
Well, I mean,
All right.
what are those?
Oh, there's another side on this one? No, I did not. Thank you for letting me know. Because I'm sure some people forgot that
Why
one.
would you do that, Esther? You want to fight?
Because she's honest. Why do you think Jesus waited?
Hurt him, Esther. See if he did it.
For the plot.
Yeah, I got a chef hat in there, like some weird aprons. Yeah, 2 aprons too, and like little. These have got the ingredients, but like.
I didn't remember writing any of this.
I love Michelle's text lingo. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, because like it was just like, what would you think?
She said, wow, mans is alive. She put mans not as a plural, but as a possessive. Apostrophe S. So she basically put, wow, man is alive.
And you make fun of me writing, Michelle.
Yeah, this one was tough for Michelle. She's usually pretty good.
I mean, I don't know what it's. No, because actually, this is the
And she used nah a lot this time, just like
Nah,
Emma.
I use nah a lot.
This is Emma's like beginning of each answer. Nah, like.
So, okay, actually, I did that. I had a college thing next Tuesday.
All right,
And
good.
so she was like, say no, and I kept saying nah. I was like, nah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're good though. Oh man.
I put no clothes from.
I actually, I don't,
Tori's book's feeling a little light.
I don't think I did nah or cause or like any of that. I didn't.
I have a.
Oh, no, I did put
Jesse
mine.
says best helper on it. Heck yeah. I was in the kitchen last. I
It
actually
was
picked up one
most of the
myself.
questions was like, what would you think? So I just did what it was. That's what I thought. So.
Oh, heck
Chef Noah.
I didn't expect it.
Yo, fire, honestly.
yeah, check it out.
You know, I literally making an omelet.
Hold on. Mi nombre es.
This is gonna be scary. I actually did something similar in high school.
Yeah.
We did the same thing. You had to prepare
Yeah, named Blonde.
a Spanish meal or something.
Flan is bomb. Like
It is.
actually, I could have
It's
it. all
nasty. It's like you're
day.
eating.
You want to
snot.
fight?
No, excuse me.
You
All right,
deserve
here we
those.
go.
Bad opinion equals no food.
Do you like flan?
Oh yeah.
What the heck?
Do I look as
Flan
cool
is
as I
so
feel?
good.
I hate it. It tastes like you're eating like snot. Like it's like mucus. And
It's like my question is,
Hey, Christian,
how do you know what mucus tastes like?
Oh,
have you ever been sick?
have you ever
Huh?
swallowed?
I mean, I don't swallow. I spit. I never swallow.
sometimes you can. Like,
What? I
You're
always
sick,
spit.
You don't
Christian,
like
put
taste
this on.
it when you're
Oh
like.
yeah. Oh
I mean,
yeah.
I try not to.
Outside of the, over the jacket.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
I'm zipping. I'm zipping. I'm zipping. I'm zipping.
No, you got your booklet? Is it good?
Yeah, it's right there. I think I showed it to you like one
Good luck with my answers. They're quite interesting.
Here, let me
Oh, man.
get my hood.
Where's my?
Let me go under my hood.
actually, I do that all the time when
No, take that off. Take that
When
off.
I
Take
work,
that off. Take that off.
I like sometimes it's
Oh
really
yeah,
cold
yeah. No,
down.
I was just doing
to
it so I
wear
can put the hood over.
our jackets.
go.
So you have to wear an apron over our jackets.
Thank you,
Put
Noah.
this on. Put this on.
Yeah. Give me a second.
There you go. You don't have to actually tie it here.
Why don't you
No,
tie it in
okay.
the front, Christian?
So I can untie it.
Why wouldn't you tie it in the
It
front?
looks better in the back. So that
It's in the back.
Slam. No, I don't think it
Gosh.
Yeah.
There we go. There.
Kitchen. Be like.
Wait. Let me. There we go.
It looks like you're going to like Master Chef, like Junior or something.
I am.
It's like you work at Shogun or something.
Hey there.
I'm just gonna
I'm not gonna lie, they would never see me here.
Let's go.
We need to play. We need to play.
We do, but I'm doing like my
I'm ready
like
to
the regular
cook.
winters.
Let's make some
get my points.
flan.
Let's make some
Some
flan.
flan.
Cool. I got the stuff right here.
Let's go.
Here, take this.
Who wants to go make flan? I'm
I
going up
can't
to
believe
the
you're
kitchen.
making flan. What kind of jelly?
Flan's nasty.
Haha, no flan, no
Well,
flan.
I'm gonna go to my Mexican restaurant
Oh
and
my
just be like, hey, Jose,
Jose.
Jose.
Jose, can I have some flan?
All right, let's do this.
Let's go.
Christian, got your booklet?
Yeah, it's over there.
Stove right here.
Oh my gosh, you even made it into the stove. No!
This is too good.
Hey, y'all wanna, Mr. Go to the kitchen?
Till economics starts.
Bro, make flan.
Not right now, no.
But we're.
You should have been part of Spanish, dude.
But
He is now.
yeah, I'm joining for the final.
We have a quiz in economics today, Mr. Thompson.
What?
We don't have a quiz today in economics, do we?
No, we're studying for a test. We have our test first over chapters 8 and 9. We just had a quiz. We just had a quiz. No, she, I don't know if you were here, were you here for the quiz? So you just have to make up the quiz. That's it. So she has a quiz. But no, we're starting to review for a test. We have a test over chapters 8 and 9, and then we have our final next Thursday.
Wait, no, take a picture. Wait, yeah.
You want it up or down or left or right?
Like up or down, up or down.
If you want to get some full
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to be like,
No, Tori, if you don't come, I'm gonna drag you.
what? Wait, come to what? Wait, excuse me, you're not going?
We already have someone not going, Esther. Tori,
Go.
I was going to say, I think she already paid.
Honestly,
Because at this point, you have to pay, or else you wouldn't be going.
All right.
Boy, bless you. Thank you.
Wow. Travis Scott on top of the rock.
I'm making up for my bad.
Where's your polo? Where? You're not wearing a polo. Dude, you have to wear it every day. Emma, do you have a polo on today? Emma, do you have a polo on today?
No, but watch yourself if I'm
Emma. So if I called your mom right now and I said, hey, is it just impossible for Emma to have her polos right now?
we have the person coming today.
You said that like 2 days ago.
He couldn't make it because he had another engagement.
So again, if I called your mom, she would say, yep, we can't wash anything.
Have like a chef hat.
I'm not saying I will. I'm asking you, are you being honest?
No, I'm serious, yeah.
All right.
No, yeah, he was supposed to come like 2 days ago, but then like the lady, her like underneath her sink started leaking really bad, so we had to do it. And then, oh, our like washers are working because of the water thing, and like the lady next to us, like I think something burst underneath her like.
Isaac, dude, you gotta wear your polo still. You can't just show up with a hoodie and t-shirt. That is one reason why hoodies might not be allowed next year. Because you guys are ruining the privilege.
I am.
Dude, you're good, man. I've heard that mentioned. I'm just telling you what I've heard.
I literally always, I've never not worn.
Like a little bit.
What?
Well, then what if dudes gonna wear when they're getting cold?
Just no jacket.
That's what
No, you just can't wear pullover hoodies because kids are starting to not wear their uniform.
It's mostly the girls, to be fair.
Not true. Not true.
No? Okay.
I mean, you're not completely wrong, but it's not completely true.
It's mostly. Because I've only seen like, maybe like one or two guys not wearing a polo.
How you know what the quarters are?
75 cents.
Thank you. Appreciate
But do you think you're really gonna study over the weekend?
Yeah, if it's a final.
No, this is just a test.
If it's a test, then yeah.
All right, who would like to take the test? We'll vote on it. Who would like to take the test tomorrow?
Say we wanted to take
Review, take test tomorrow, chapters 8 and 9. It's about 40 questions long. Who says, so tomorrow, raise them high. 4 of them, oh, it's gonna be close. Tomorrow, who would like to take it Monday? Come on, guys. Noah and Grace, you have to vote. You have to vote, Noah and Grace.
Monday, Grace.
All right, Noah. So review today quickly. Take our test tomorrow, chapters 8 and 9. It's 40 questions long, that's it. Or review today, tomorrow, test Monday, and then review for final Tuesday, Wednesday, have final Thursday.
Yeah, sure.
So test on Monday? Is that what you vote, Noah? Grace, you are the deciding vote.
I am the deciding vote.
Friday or Monday?
Monday. We're ready to say Friday to mess with them.
Oh!
All right, Monday we will take the test.
Grace, come on.
Monday we will take the test.
What, you wanted Friday?
Monday.
Why?
Monday.
I wanted to
All right, so we're going to review for this test quickly. It's not long, as I just said. It's actually pretty easy, too, I believe. But if you guys want the extra day, that's fine with me. All right, there will be multiple choice on this test, basically everything we've already done. There are 2 matching sections, short answer, true and false, and 2 short essays. All right, we're going to go over the matching sections first. Okay, here are some of the terms you need to know. Okay, it says match each definition with the correct term. Terms like this. What is a bond? Okay, I'm about to tell you. A bond guarantees the amount of original investment plus a specified rate of interest by a certain date. Okay, again, that's straight out of your notes. Okay, all these terms are straight out of your notes. Okay, you need to know bonds. Bullion. What is bullion?
It's like the bar.
like an ingot of like precious metal.
Bars of gold, silver, platinum. They can also be ingots or plates. Okay, bars are usually the term they use, though. That one should be easy. You need to know what a dividend is. What is a dividend? Shares of what? Okay, perfect. Corporation's profit. If you remembered it by business profit, you could see corporation profit. Basically the same thing. Okay, you need to know legal tender.
It's money that's declared to be like
Perfect. Couldn't have said it better. Any form of money that is declared, basically, as the kids say today, valid. Valid. The whole, like, I don't really know. I don't do TikTok. But all the 7th and 8th graders say, hey, Mr. Cole, be valid. Do this. I was like,
Who said that?
okay.
How many? Nobody says that.
All the 7th and 8th graders do.
Okay,
What
well,
the
that's not the
heck?
That's what I said. I clearly said 7th and 8th grade.
Okay,
I know you guys don't.
Does Michael say that?
Okay, not my good. there's a few that don't, but a lot of them. A lot of the goons, like Aaron, Joey, Tyler, Jasmine.
Yeah, they're like,
The goons. It's the goon.
Nerd, what a goon.
The Goonies, dude. All right, let's see what else you need to know in this section. You need to know what a near monies is. Near monies.
Like close.
Yes, N-E-A-R. Near, like Esther is near to me. What?
What is it? Oh,
I still can't hear. What?
M1, M2, M3.
Oh.
is that which one? And which monies is that? Is it M1, M2, or M3, or is it all of them?
You didn't have to answer that one on your own.
Man,
It's right in the notes, though. Okay, next term, premiums. Premiums, what is premiums? That's real easy. Payments on insurance, insurance payments. Premiums are insurance payments or payments on insurance. Okay, you need to know what a specie is. Not from science, sorry. Coins, what kind of coin? Metallic,
I like
metal.
I like metals better than like actually studying animals, and metals don't get sold.
There you go.
bullion is like any type of metal.
Bullion is a bar of gold, silver, platinum.
I thought it also included coins, though. Isn't it just more broad? No.
Bullion is bars, ingots, or plates.
Okay.
Well, I was thinking
Specie is any type of coined metallic money.
So I was thinking like plate as in coins. I'm like,
No, he means like what you eat off of.
Yeah. Not quite. Not quite. All right. Also, last one for that one. You need to know what a stock is. A stock. Basically, the resources corporations gather by selling ownership in their business. So selling ownership in your business, that is giving away of a stock. Okay, our other matching section has these terms on it. A pension plan. What is a pension plan?
It's like how you retire.
Basically. Okay, wow, I cannot talk. In arrangement for the intent of providing for retirement from work, a pension plan. You need to know what a fiat money is. What is a fiat money?
Promise money.
Perfect.
yeah, what?
Yes, ma'am. You need to know mutual funds. Mutual funds allows for the investment of money in a wide variety, or diverse would be another good word. A wide variety of areas. Investments in a large or wide variety of areas. What about liquid investments?
Money, investments that can be returned to cash quickly.
Okay, I'm going to describe what it's going to say on the test because it's a little bit different but means the same thing. You guys are both right. I'm just going to tell you what it says on the quiz because this one's it changes it a little bit. Okay, protects stockholders from paying the firm's creditors in the event of failure or bankruptcy. Wait, what did I just say?
Protection.
I said liquid investments? I'm an idiot. I just can't read. It says this. Sorry. I looked at the wrong letter.
Now I gotta erase it.
Liquid investment is assets that flow easily since they can be converted into other investments. Sorry. I'm just slow. No, it's because the liquid and limited liability are all by each other, so I guess I just saw the L. Messed me up.
It's like evil twin isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, you need to know what a corporation is. That one should be really easy.
Corporation. Yeah.
Remember, it's like a legal entity where like everyone is working together.
Isn't it like a group of like businesses that all do the same similar thing?
Yep, a legal entity which is distinct from the people who own it. A corporation. Another really easy one in this section, insurance. Insurance. A contract for any kind of protection. Those are going to be your two key words, contract, protection. I mean, it's kind of a little bit longer definition than that, but contract and protection. A contract between two parties of protection against certain types of loss in exchange for payments. Insurance. Okay, and this is the one I was saying earlier, I'm sorry. Limited liability. Limited liability, which is, it protects the stockholders from paying the firm's creditor in event of failure or bankruptcy. Basically, it protects you from any kind of bankruptcy or failure. Okay, here's some other questions that are on the quiz. Again, I don't ask our quiz test. I don't ask all the questions, but I try to ask most of the ones I think that might trip you up a little bit. This one was in your reading. What did the Apostle Paul, and we read a few passages on this, say was the root of all evil? Okay, that is key. Do not just put money. Okay, the love of money. The love of money. If you just put monies, you'll probably miss half. Oh, that'll probably be fine. Okay, this was on our quiz. What principle refers to people hoarding stable forms of money while spending less stable forms? Gresham's law. You want to know Gresham's law. What principle refers to people hoarding stable forms of money while spending less stable forms? Gresham's law. Yes, that was his philosophy. Okay, we talked about a corporation that was created by Congress to ensure the money in each type of bank account. What corporation was created by Congress to ensure the money in each type of bank account? Okay, I will say this. You can either put the abbreviation or, not quite, close. The abbreviation or the whole thing.
It's like the
You're on the right direction.
fraction.
You guys are almost there. No, not that one.
Banking insurance, the FBI. Nailed it.
No, you're close. What'd you say? The first word's right, but no. No.
FIC. SCI.
If I give you the abbreviation, you can't use the abbreviation. You'll have to use the word.
Hold on, don't say it. It's in the note. Hold on.
Banking
Esther,
Association, the
be our
FBI.
savior.
Hello, I'm helping you out here.
Okay, what are we talking about? A corporation created by Congress to ensure the money in each type of bank.
Where is it?
Okay, federal. What is it when you put money into a bank? There it is. There it is. FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation.
I still like the federal banking.
Okay, this is how you could break it down. Watch, look. The corporation, so that's your last word in the whole thing, corporation. Okay, so what corporation? We know it's called a corporation. Created by Congress, insures. What did we talk about? Something that insures. Insurance, insures. Okay, so corporation, you're kind of going backwards with it, but corporation, insurance. Okay, the money in each type of bank account. Okay, you're putting in money into a bank account. What is it called when you put in money? You deposit. Okay, and it's talking about from Congress, federal. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, or
Federal banking insurance.
the FDIC. Okay, let's see. This one was on a quiz we took as well. What are the 3 key elements that determine how much investments will grow?
Rate of returns, amount invested, and time.
Boom, boom, boom.
What?
Amounts invested, you were thinking of the measure and stuff? Yeah, that's the one we just took, but not the same. The amounts invested, rate of return, and time. That was on like our first quiz for this chapter. And time is the last one. Or you could put time, rate of return, doesn't really matter the order. Okay, for Emma's sake, what are the 3 principles, purposes, or functions of money?
Exchange, store value, and then measure of value.
Boom. Medium of exchange, measure of value, store value. Okay, those are both on there. Those are 6 easy questions. What? Measure of value, store of value. And then medium of exchange. Store of value. I didn't mark you guys off on the quiz.
You can go to the store to get
For those who took the quiz, I did not mark you off.
prices.
I'm just telling you what it is. Store of value.
Costco? Wait, actually.
Let's see. What other questions might be tough? All right, this one shouldn't be hard, but what does... Okay, this is not like music-wise. Okay, what does CD stand for?
Esther?
What does CD stand for? Don't rely just on Esther. No, you know exactly. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, certificate of deposit or deposit. In the dictionary, it says both pronunciations, so you're okay.
It's definitely deposit.
Huh?
Like they changed like the interest rates, like so they're not worth it anymore. It's not worth its investment bank. You have to actually put it in something. And then they changed the capital gains rate to 40%. Man, they're just trying to rob everyone.
House always wins, dude. That's not a rule that just rule that just applies to casino there. All right, here we go. Here's a few more questions that are on there as we have a little bit of time left. Okay, we did talk about the types of money. Okay, what are our 3 types of money? What are our 3 categories? M1, M2, M3. Obviously, they're all called near monies. We already mentioned that. Okay, but what type of money?
Wait, they're called near monies? All of them?
They're kind of near monies. What type of money consists only of transaction accounts, traveler's checks, and all coins and paper money held only outside banks.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Consists of
What type of money consists only of transaction accounts? So you could just put account or type of money equals transaction accounts, traveler's checks, and all coins and paper money held only outside the banks. Esther, I said the answer. It is M1. You'll want to know our three categories though. Okay, I'm not going to ask the questions for all of them. Okay, but you will want to know all three of those categories, M1, M2, M3. What's the difference between all three of them? Okay, what type of investment allows an individual to receive a fixed amount of dividends before other investors? Preferred stock. What type of investments allows an individual to receive a fixed amount of dividends before other investors? Preferred stock. What type of account guarantees a certain interest rate and has a specified maturity date?
Wait, guarantees a what?
Guarantees a certain interest rate and has a specified maturity rate. I'll give you a hint. We've already mentioned this term. No is correct. CD. CD.
a question. Does that capital gains tax apply to banking as well, like the bank interest?
Does it?
Repeat your statement.
Does the capital gains tax apply to your bank's interest, or just the stuff you make off of your interest?
Just the stuff you make.
Oh, but does it apply to the interest that you get off your bank accounts?
No.
There's really different ways to know.
Next question. What type of account allows limited transactions and pays an interest rate that changes with the demand for loans? What type of accounts allows limited transactions and pays an interest rate that changes with the demand for loans? I know those are the two easiest ones to say. Market of what? What are we talking about? Okay, backwards order.
Money market.
There it is. Money market. Money market. That's why I'm asking those two. Those two could be a little tricky. I don't want you to mix them up. No, it is not the two easy answers, savings and checkings. Money markets is a type of account that allows limited transactions and pays an interest rate that changes with the demand for loans. You know it's not checkings and savings. Checkings and savings, you have unlimited access. It's like easy. Boom, boom. I can use it whenever I want. Huh? I mean, you can. I'm not saying you do, but you can have limited or unlimited access to them. You can. But this one is the pays on interest rate that changes with the demand for loans. Talking about loans is the money market. What quality should money possess that shows its stability and value? I'll give you some options. Durability, constancy, divisibility, or portability. What quality should money possess that shows its stability and value? Durability, constancy, divisibility, or portability? Constancy.
What does constancy mean?
It's like remains constant, it remains the same. I mean, it's kind of like a similar word to consistency, but it's always constant. Consistent is like not always the same, but close. Constancy. What is a written order that authorizes a bank to remove funds from an account? What is a written order that authorizes a bank to remove funds from an account? Don't overthink this one. It's really easy. Boom. Check. I know it's worded weird. Okay, they try to trick you. They try to make it sound fancy. It's just a check. You write the check, you give it to someone that's authorizing them to have how much ever the check says from your account. See what other questions would help you guys. Some of you are like, oh, the answers.
I mean, you're not wrong.
True or false? Trade is the exchange of one good for another good without a standard money form passing from hand to hand. It is false. What is it? Okay, you could put barter or bartering. Always. Okay, barter or bartering. The big key word is at the end, from hand to hand. True or false? The U.S. money supply is managed by the Treasury Department. The U.S. money supply is managed by the Treasury Department. True or false?
False.
What is it then?
It's like that one that's like outside of the government. Like it's not the government,
So what is that?
but it's like that one corporation. I have to like.
Just the one that's like the government
You're not wrong.
in it.
But what is it? What's a term we know for government? Federal. What's something when you hold on to something or you like hold someone's seat? Boom. Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve. Saving is a good word for that too. I was just trying to get there. Federal Reserve. That is the U.S. money supply, which is managed. Okay, it's by the Federal Reserve. There's a few more on here, but they're very, very easy. I'll ask one more. In market economies, most of the savings needed to fund R&D. In market economies, most of the savings needed to fund R&D. Letter R. Sorry. Letter R as in red. Letter D as in donut. Because the donut sounds good right now. Comes from, here's the word you're looking at, public sector. True or false? In market economies, most of the savings needed to fund R&D comes from the public sector. True or false? Which one is it? I don't know. You tell me. Final answer? Final answer? It is private. It is private.
Hey, it was like a 50-50.
Okay, let's see. Questions, you should be good. Should be really easy. Some are from the book, but not many of them. I mean, this one's from the book, but it's so easy I don't even want to ask it. I'll ask it just so I can say, hey, it's from the book. If you missed it, I told you. Okay, but everyone should know this one. In Proverbs, the book of Proverbs, the Bible instructs people to go to the what? To learn how to work. The ant. Okay, it says, go to the ant, thou sluggard. Yeah, I'm about to go over them. The ant. Because the ant works very hard.
Oh, I was thinking like.
Oh, you're on.
Oh, sorry, no. Ants. The insect. Okay, there are 2 essays. One's a short one. One's a medium-sized one. They're not very long. Okay, first essay. Answer the following questions in good paragraph form. why is the federal social security system? Why is the federal social security system a bad investment? Why is it a bad investment? If you think it's a good investment, well, then say why it's a good investment. But why is it a bad investment? Okay, there are at least 5 different things you could say about it that we talked about in the notes. Okay, I'll give you one. One reason why it is a bad investment, it is not the government's responsibility to provide financially for its citizens. Okay, it is not the government's responsibility to provide financially for its citizens. That is one reason why federal social security system is a bad investment. You want to give me at least 2 or 3 more. At least 2. I gave you 1, so that means if you put the one I told you and 2 more, that's 3. That'll be good enough. Unless you find 3 different ones. Capiche? You understand? Notes, you can go in the book in the federal social security section. Yeah, it's a tough word for me to say with permanent retainer. Social security. Saying it fast though, it's a tongue twister on me. Federal social security. I mean, I can say it, but if I say it fast, it messes me up sometimes. I already did multiple times. Federal social security system. All right, the other essay. This one should not be as hard. Explain how the fractional reserve system of banking. Explain. Banking. Explain how the fractional reserve system of banking allows banks to hold less than 100% of deposits in reserve. I'll say it one more time. Explain how the fractional reserve system of banking allows banks to hold less than 100% of deposits in reserve. Okay, that one should not be that hard. Straight from the notes. Or, again, you could go straight to the book. What is the fractional reserve system of banking? If you don't know that, you'll want to know that first. Once you know that, then you can explain it more. Okay, I'm looking for 2 or 3 sentences on that. That one should be really easy. Are there any questions? What? 8 and 9. Just 8 and 9, that's it. Are there any questions? We are taking the test. We voted on it. We will have it on Monday.
Wait, was there an option to just not take it?
No, sorry.
Mr. As Mr. Corl's being used to us when he's giving us a test.
Good for him.
2 tests.
Good for him.
Wait, he's giving us 2 tests though.
He's been nice to you all year, so he's got to get beat at least one day. Hey, I'm going to take this off so you guys can hear me real quick here. You done, by the way?
Yeah, I'm done. Do you want this off?
Yeah, you can turn it off. Sorry, I didn't know what
No, you're good.
Oh my goodness. All right, Noah, settle down. All right, go ahead and open your books to page 332. Page 332 in your textbook. You'll want that because of a lot of the imagery in there. And then we're on page 215 in the supplement. We only have one supplement page to cover today, so today will probably be on the shorter side. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to talk about polymers, which is really when chemistry or applied chemistry became, well, it was already beneficial to mankind, but when it became like super ridiculously useful as far as we're going to ingrain it in our everyday lives. Okay, you have probably heard of most of the things we're going to talk about today, just not their chemical names. Okay, branding is wonderful. Branding. When someone slaps a brand name on it. No, I was saying branding. Moving on, doesn't matter. Okay. All right, so first of all, we should probably discuss what a polymer is. And these are hundreds or thousands of small molecules linked together into much larger molecules. We'll explain how that works in just a minute. Some of the most useful materials in the modern age are plastics and synthetic fibers, both of which are manufactured from hydrocarbons. These inexpensive, versatile, and durable materials have found countless uses in almost every industry, from airplanes and computers to personal care products. Plastics and related materials are made by linking together hundreds or even thousands of small molecules into much larger molecules called polymers, okay, which literally means many parts. Each of the smaller molecules is a monomer. We only ever use that term when we're talking about polymers, okay, when we're talking about a unit of the polymer, so the thing that's repeating. Okay, that's the only time we ever refer to it. You don't look at a molecule and say that's a monomer, okay, because that would be stupid. All right, so we only use it in the context of polymers. The process in which everything is combined is called polymerization. Okay, that'll be the one time I say that right this whole class. All right, so here we go. I only get one. It's one of those words. All right, so we need to go ahead and get into this. First of all, we need to talk about polyethylene and related polymers. Oh, so help me. I'm getting all the chemical words right. That scares me for the rest of them. All right, anyway. The simplest polymerization reactions start with alkenes, such as ethene, or sometimes known as ethylene, C2H4. Using heat, pressure, and a catalyst, the double bond between the two carbon atoms can be broken, shifting the atoms slightly and leaving the carbon atom free to bond with one additional atom. Okay, and again, you want to follow the diagram on page 333. I'm actually straight up reading down the paragraph, so you guys are going to want to see those pictures because it really helps you get what's going on here. I just don't have it all animated. When these activated molecules combine, they bond together to form long alkane chains. And so the polymer diagrammed there is called polyethylene. Notice that even though it's single bonds, we say polyethylene because it came from ethylene. Does that make sense? Okay? Or ethene. So that E stays because it's where it came from. The poly tells us it's going to be one fewer bonds per thing because polymerization. Notice that alkanes cannot be polymerized. I'm just going to throw that out there. Or it cannot be normally polymerized. I'm sure there's an exception somewhere that someone will use to prove me wrong. All right, so typical polyethylene molecules contain between 14,000 and 36,000 carbon atoms, and with molecular masses between 200,000 atomic mass units and 500,000 atomic mass units. When I tell you that all the previous molecules you've learned about are tiny in comparison to organic chemistry, that's what I'm talking about. Because we can make really big molecules. Okay? So that's how that works. Now, it is impractical to show the entire structure formula of a polymer because, again, there could be 36,000 of carbon atoms in there. No. Oh, I'm not doing it. All right, so the way that works is what we tend to do is we indicate the portion that's repeating and put a subscript of how many times it's there. Okay, so you guys can see that on the page there. It's that box that's right aligned on page 333. No. Okay. That's way too much work. All right, anyway. Notice that there are three possible ways for it to be shown. The end caps may or may not be shown. Depends on the chemist. And honestly, if laziness tells me anything, it probably doesn't. Probably not there. Yes? Say what? Yes. Because you're going to see variations, and so by listing it twice, it's clear that that's the only thing in there. Does that make sense? Because you might have a CH2 and then a CH something else. So they show it twice to show you that that's the only thing repeating. Oops, nope. Polyethylene belongs to a group of polymers called vinyl polymers, which are relatively simple polymers formed from monomers having double bonds between the carbon atoms. This is this table on the screen. It's also in your book on that same page. Other well-known vinyl polymers include polystyrene, polyvinyl chloride, and polytetrafluoroethylene. Wow, okay. There's a reason that one's called PTFE, okay, or Teflon. All right. PVC, you've probably heard of that. It's used a lot for piping, as well as some other main uses. Polystyrene is a styrofoam type of thing. You guys can see that there. All right, moving on. Polyesters. These are polymers formed by esterification, which are basically polymers with repeated ester groups. So you have a portion derived from ethylene glycol, a portion derived from terephthalic acid. Oh goodness, a pH and TH right after each other. Who did this? All right, I want names. All right, anyway. So then they alternate in the chain. And this is why we usually show it in more than one group, just to show the order of its repeating. The most common polyester, known as PET, I'm not even going into that, consists of monomers ethylene glycol, which is an alcohol, and that acid, which is a carboxylic acid. Those are ester groups. Each monomer alternates in the chain. You probably are most familiar with this as far as the transparent plastic used to make soda bottles. However, it can also be used to make colored fibers, thin films, or even large molded items if we wanted to. This is one of the most common forms of plastics that we use because it is just so versatile. It's actually also used in helium balloons. Moving on. Then there's polyamides, better known as nylons. We rarely ever say polyamides because the nylon brand name became so ubiquitous for this chain of molecules that it kind of became the informal name. And then the problem with that is you can actually lose your trademark. Google right now is trying to get people to stop saying I Googled it or using Google as a verb when they mean search the web in general, because then they're in potential danger of losing their trademark of Google, especially in the EU. All right, moving on. Nothing to do with anything here, just thought that was interesting. Moving on. Synthetic polymers containing the amide functional group are known as polyamides. These were first introduced in the 1940s under the trade name nylon. Polyamides are widely used in clothing, oh goodness, I can never say this word, hosiery. Okay, nylons are typically what people call them. Tents, parachutes, and even fishing line. One of the most common nylons is this one, so named because it is formed from two different monomers having 6 carbons each. The bonds on each end of the segment link with other groups of the chain, other segments in the chain to form additional amide groups. Polyamides may be formed by reacting an amine monomer, there we go, with a carboxylic acid monomer to form a polymer containing a series of amide groups. You can see that equation 14 there. Other nylons are possible depending on the number and arrangement of each carbons in the monomer. Although most polyamides consist of straight or branched chains, a few contain aromatic rings. I should go back a minute. Polyesters, you're very familiar with those. That is a clothing fiber that is used. No, that was a previous section. Anyway, clothing fiber that's used often in addition to cotton, or it can be by itself, but usually cotton is added for comfort. But polyesters are a lot more durable. And so that's really where that comes down into play. Polyamides, though, the aromatic polyamides, or aramids, are considered considerably stronger than other nylons. One type of aramid is 5 times as strong as steel by weight and is widely used in aircraft, bullet-resistant vests, tires, and high-strength cables. Aramides are also highly resistant to heat and fire, making them useful for fire-resistant clothing. We do have several other... Oh, I did have that one on there. Aramides. Would really help if I looked down at my notes once in a while. Other common polymers. Polycarbonate is one that you've probably heard a lot as a space age thing. It's because it kind of is. This right here is actually responsible for the idea of shatterproof windows, eyeglass lenses that are not ridiculously heavy that fall off the front of your face because they're glass. Okay, these plastics allow us to make lenses without worrying about it. Okay, basically is the idea here. This is also very useful for baby bottles. And I know that sounds weird, but baby bottles, you have to be able to sterilize them, okay, which means you have to get the temps really, really, really high. Most plastics can't handle that. So these things can. So that's the reason for the polycarbonate. That heat resistance is also extremely helpful in, say, I don't know, fighter craft. I'm not sure if it's used in the shuttle, but anyway. I know it's heat resistant. Anyway, versatile polyurethanes are used to make a variety of products, including skate wheels, furniture padding, and elastic clothing fibers. Polycyanoacrylates, I think that's right. Nope, acrylates. There's an A there. Rats. Uses high-strength, quick-setting adhesives, as are epoxy resins. Whoops. Which are called that because they're from monomers containing epoxy groups. Not all polymers are composed of carbon-based chains. A group of versatile polymers called silicones are comprised of silicon oxygen atoms. You may have noticed that I very emphasized the ending of that word. Okay, if you learn nothing else about silicon in this class, silicon, or silicon if you want to really emphasize it, is talking about the element. Okay, it's the stuff we make computer chips out of. It's the green thing, okay, usually. They're making more and more of them black now, but anyway, moving on. It's that printed circuit board piece. Okay, that's silicon. Okay, that is silicon, the element. Silicone is also extremely useful because, but it's the polymer based on a silicon oxygen chain. It's really hard to get through this sentence. All right, does that make sense? Okay, silicone means polymer. Silicon means element. Good? Or silicon if you're talking about the valley. Good? Cool. All right. One of those where the ending tells you everything. Silicones have properties associated with the silicon-oxygen bonds, resistance to chemical attack and decomposition by heat, as well as some properties associated with hydrocarbons. The most common type of silicone contains two methyl groups attached to each silicon atom. You guys can see that there. Like other polymers, the simplest silicones are linear chains, but they may also be formed in rings or cross-linked chains. Properties may be varied widely by altering the chain length, degree of cross-linking, and type of R group. Some silicones are tough, rubbery solids, commonly referred to as silicone rubber. These polymers are used to make seals, gaskets, caulks, and surgical equipment. Unlike natural rubber, silicone rubber is not damaged by ozone in the air, which is why it's very useful for the caulking you put around the window. Okay, does that make sense? Because you don't want that stuff reacting with the air and degrading over time. It will eventually happen, but it's just not going to happen as quickly as a carbon-based thing would. Other silicones are liquids and are used as heavy-duty brake fluids, water repellents, lubricants, skin moisturizers, and even hair conditioners. Polymers are also vital to the chemistry of living things, as we will see in the next section. Proteins are the building blocks of living things, and these are complex polymers of simpler molecules called amino acids. Cellulose composes the wood of trees, and chitin, which makes up the exoskeletons of insects and other arthropods, are both polymers of the simple sugar glucose. DNA, which directs the activities of cells and determines heredity, is also a polymer. And that is as far as I'm going today. We do need to get into 18.5 about biochemistry. How many days did I give myself for that? Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Because if I didn't give myself more than one next week, I need to start it today. Nope, I gave myself 2 days next week. We're good. All right. Again, you guys have 18.1 to 18.3 homework due tomorrow. You will also have quiz 18 tomorrow. And then you guys also have test 11 Wednesday, Thursday of next week after we finish biochemistry. Make sure you start working on 18.4 homework, seeing as we've covered the section now. All right, cool. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Thanks, Emma. All right, so page 390, actually look at 393. Let's look at Thomas Babington Macaulay. He was most famous for his ambitious History of England. He was interested in the people of the past and wrote about them in a masterful and vigorous prose style, which was carefully balanced. He speaks optimistically of individualism and liberty. He decries the materialism of his age and stresses the need for conservatism in politics and morals. And this London Coffee House was an excerpt from his History of England, just kind of talking about obviously the people there. In 1825, Macaulay published his essay on Milton in the Edinburgh Review, and his literary career became established. In 1830, he was elected to Parliament. Moving on, after Macaulay lost his seat in Parliament, he began his History of England. This work, which was to span the years from the accession of James II to the present, was cut short by a sudden death. He was only able to publish 5 volumes, but these were an immediate success both in Britain and in America. His other well-known works include Lays of Ancient Rome, poems, which are about the poems about Roman heroes, and the collections of his essays, which are originally book reviews. But if you look on page 391, we saw that this era was an age of prose. And there was the essay that flourished. The familiar essay was broadened in scope. The formal essay was used to explain scientific theories, and just kind of gives you examples of people who were great prose writers during this age. But with London Coffee Houses, written by Macaulay, you can see in the intro, it says, this selection is from the State of England in 1685, the 3rd chapter of the 1st volume of Macaulay's History of England. This excerpt describes the significance of coffee houses in 1685. And obviously, we use coffee houses now. Some people do to maybe get work done, maybe just to meet up with a friend. But in 1685, in this era of England, coffee houses were actually used for people to gather again, but whether it was to discuss politics, whether it was to discuss, social things, people that were discussing politics would go to a certain coffee house, and people who were discussing or just to socialize would go to a certain coffee house. And coffee houses actually played a role in 1685 because in this London Coffee House excerpt, he just talks about how people are when sometimes they get together, they like to gossip or they just like to talk about a lot of things there. So this kind of definitely influenced the way that England's people went about their lives and influenced their characters. And the reason why you may say, oh, it's just a coffee house, but the reason why he took time to point out the coffee houses there was because of its effects on the people there. Like when they met together politically, they would discuss maybe more plans that were to be done politically, socially. Like I said, they would discuss a lot of things there about other people or about things to be done, socializing or social events, all of that. And the London Coffee House just basically describes what a typical scene would be at a certain coffee house there. Go ahead and turn to page 394 and 395. Labor, written by Thomas Carlyle. I've been mixing up my words a lot lately. But Thomas Carlyle, he was, if you guys look at his bio, he was a Scottish essayist. He seemed to be against everything Macaulay stood for. So we just learned about Thomas Macaulay, how he was emphasizing conservatism in the government and morality. Well, it seems like Thomas Carlyle seemed to be against everything he stood for. Carlyle tried to stir the people from a self-satisfied view of life. He aggressively attacked materialism, utilitarianism, and democracy. Instead, he advocated labor, spirituality, and submission to a God-given leader. Carlyle was not an easy author to read and understand. His style was that of an exhorter, using rich vocabulary and complex sentences. If you don't know what an exhorter is, it's basically someone that, in the Bible, it talks about, I exhort you, meaning that you are encouraging people, but actually challenging people to, change or do their best. So he was more of a challenge for people to read. He used his works, especially the series on heroes and hero worship, to express his idea of the hero, the man whom the rest of the world should follow. I think we already said to mark that down in your book. He did not believe in democracy, laissez-faire, I always mispronounce that one, economics, or the equality of men. His French Revolution and history of Frederick the Great were both concerned with heroes leading their followers. Neither work is totally factual, but both are literary masterpieces. Different things like that. So we know that he was all for hard work. He was for democracy in the sense, or he attacked that, and then he attacked democracy, and then he was for labor and for submission to a God-given leader. So if you guys know about that background, you could probably remember that Carlyle was the one that wrote Labor. This selection, which is from part 3, The Modern Worker. We just said that he was all for labor, so obviously his work labor was from The Modern Worker, just kind of giving his ideas and what he thought of how people should act in society there, okay? Tomorrow, actually we don't even have class tomorrow, but again, if you don't have those highlights, we won't even have time to get through all of them, just the highlights that I gave you with the authors and the definitions. I'm not going to ask you, obviously, like what's the plot or different questions from the books. Just kind of like what we did with chapter 6 or unit 6 with that test was just authors and mostly terms and stuff. Okay, so that will be next week on, I think I said Thursday? Wednesday. Wednesday is the lit final. Thursday is the grammar final. And then Tuesday is the vocab. Sorry? Yes, this is the last test, lit final. Grammar is Thursday, because you guys are ditching on Friday, right? Yeah. So Tuesday is vocab, which would be over list 10, 11, and 12. Okay, just 3 lists. You guys have taken bigger tests, so 10, 11, and 12. We'll review that after our quiz today. And then actually, do you want to review quickly and then take your quiz? So the quiz will be the last thing you want to do. All right, let's review list 10 and 11 today. I'm going to say the vocab word. You say the definition in your vocabulary books, and then I'll give you a few more minutes to to look over your poetic devices, and then we will be taking that quiz today. Jake and Grace, I'll send that to you once they start taking it, okay? But look at list number 10, okay? Number 1, esoteric. Okay, everyone together now, okay? Esoteric. Good. Number 2, feral. Number 3, forensic. Number 4, intrinsic. Number 5, lucrative. 6, mercenary. Good. Number 7, mundane. 8, nocturnal. 9, pragmatic. 10, sanguine. 11, secular. 12, volatile. Good, okay? I told you guys that it was just going to be vocab, right? Okay, just vocab, none of the word analysis. Okay, list 11. Okay, we'll go through that. Make sure you're studying tonight for homework review list 12. Let's look at list 11, okay? List 12 is a little more familiar to us since we just took our quiz on that, but let's look at list 11 just to refresh your memory. Number 1, copious. Number 2, derogatory. Number 3, dismal. 4, facetious. Number 5, inane. 6, latent. 7, nebulous. 8, nefarious. 9, preemptive. 10, scrupulous. Number 11, taciturn. And the number 12 is variegated. There you go. Okay, so list 12 tonight. Make sure you're setting for that. Obviously, you have the weekend, but then one more day on Monday and then Tuesday. So I would suggest getting started now so you're not up until, late hours of the night cramming for your test. Okay? All right. I'll give you a few minutes. If you're ready to take your quiz, you can come and get it, but I'll give you up until, I'll give you 5 more minutes to look at it. Okay? Again, Jake and Grace, I'll send that to you right now.